I have to go here, and I have to make you not look at White Knuckle. Don't look at the fucking Steam web helper either. Hi, glasses. Morning. Hi. Trying to figure out what the hell is going on post Kanto 9. I can finally get back to my hole. Like, my beautiful hole that was made solely for me. Limbus while grinding Limbus. See, you're getting it. You're maxing. You're Limbus maxing. I need to figure out what the hell is going on with the baby bird and also the weird bug guy. Was with the Limbus stream after so much. I need to play Intervallo 9.5. I gotta figure this shit out. I gotta know things. I gotta be the knower. I touched a black stud, now a woman in my head keeps calling me Stud Muffin. What do I do? Listen to her. She knows best. How does it feel to not be the knower now? This is the issue with streaming it. Because I stream this shit, I'm going to constantly be in a deficit compared to people that catch up. I slept for 10 hours. I was supposed to be there for Ashley's stream, Miss Max Poetic, for like the entire stream, and I wasn't. Because I slept for 10 hours. Because it was like fucking 3:30 a.m. and I was like, I mean, if I go to bed now for like 5 hours, which is like, I already slept earlier in the day, so I mean, I'll probably be awake later. I wasn't. You were there in time for Kanto 3, though. I was, which is something. Your sleep debt deficit is catching up to you. Now I'm back in ad hell. It's because whenever the fucking stream starts, it's garbage shit hours. And then I have to run ads, like, manually. And then whenever I run the ads manually, then you have to watch the ads again. Even though you can't hear me. Now you can hear me. But I have to run ads twice, basically, to stop people from seeing ads whenever they show up later. I call this a sort of like Ouroboros loop, whereas the serpent consumes its own tail in form of advertisements. I have to go back to playing an Intervallo that, like, doesn't have voice acting. How does Phantaroma's Solitude Ryoshu keep out damaging them? This is because of the fact that she has 7 turns, and she's allowed to do whatever she wants because she's great. Did you pull for the new announcers, or do you not really care for announcers? I don't care for announcers. If I get an announcer, it's going to be during a Walpurg banner. And then I'm like, okay, cool. But other than that, I don't give a shit. Announcers are announcers. I'm here for the IEDs. Did Bon Voyage Your Mermaid Setting Sail get KT? No, but Call Me Ishmael did. Kind of. KT didn't cry at Kanto 5. He remained steadfast. I want the ads to be over. I want the ads to be over. I want the ads to be over. Please be over. I gotta get in here. 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 I gotta get in on this shit. Yes. Yeah, you're like an ad. Fucking, this is like, the story is at the peakest it has ever been at. I need to know what happened post Canto 9. Why the ring here? Why couldn't it be the middle? Can't you ignore the ads or turn them off? No, I can't, because if I turn them off, then it just starts randomly putting ads into the stream. This way, I can control where the ads go. If I'm like, no, don't show any ads, it's like, okay, got it. We're still gonna show ads, but now you can't control them. And it's like, okay, cool, thanks, I guess. Come on. Yeah, come on. Come on. Let me in. Hello. Hey, let me in. Hello. Hey, it's me. You know me. You know me. It's me, Mr. Limbus. All right? I can be here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Give me the intervallo. Give me the intervallo. Let me the intervallo. I don't convert my energy to modules. No, I need that to do the event. Eighth Walpurgis Night. We already done that. Milky, Gambo. Why would I ever do this? Why would I click any of these buttons? What am I, stupid? You don't get 800 Ranya shards for nothing. All right, I'm not stupid. I'm waiting. 400 Mersal shards, 400 Ryoshu shards, 476 Yi-Song shards, 400 Heathcliff shards, 800 Radya shards, 400 Otis shards. I'm not clicking that button unless this is green. 4 Hong Lu. Yeah, because, of course I have 4 Hong Lu. How do you think I got him? Think I gambled for him? No, I just clicked a button. Have fun. Goodbye. Bye. Unless that shit's green, I ain't clicking it. The Twining Threads. Funeral. Good start. We're getting him. I don't have a lot of Hong Lu shards just because of the fact that, like, I don't really care about Hong Lu. Shocking, I know, but, like, he doesn't really get good IDs. So this recent string of him getting good IDs is a bit strange. Why are you taking shards on boxes where you need to dispense, though? Because I'm kind of just betting. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersal, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral processes and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if the objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instructions to carry yourselves with the solemn propriety that benefits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishii. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before, back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah! Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ufi Association, notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it's just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity it is it? Yeah. If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there is no helping it, forsooth. Yet, 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. You can't just say forsooth. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. I'm sorry, Heathcliff. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, isn't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at the Wuthering Heights became warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in the manor, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust, not a single sinner believed their twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Oh, every single sinner believed the twisted memory. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Henley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will... I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals. But apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. I'm still waking up. I'm gonna fuck up a lot of reading. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. Seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom of the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, bodies were gone. Just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have them stir up a load of daft rumors, huh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with bodies, or an arm, and some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better let the dead go in peace than bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongwan, people tend to set up graves so they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Oh, toys foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Those words from his heart, or just something he said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with a crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there's no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned out disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Eh? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into this sign you manifested in Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second green lighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation?! Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two in your skin and maybe some talk therapy, that's all there is to it. Of course, if you had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted their quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get the boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror-World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go, so at least you could do is think us and be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time! Our researchers are here! Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall after paying their respects. Filing out. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me? Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic at any minute. What about you? You not going with them? It's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book, marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off, dragging her steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried him away. All right, we should get going too. Oh, do you have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help him with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on researchers and stop them if they try to do anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know if you need anything, Dante. The centers fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Hi, Ryoshu. How you doing? Limbus. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who had been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here, too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft, the Discord server? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the sack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I intend to discuss with you and your sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says CH. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to the sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who had been busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bear of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there. Why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote in a rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon! You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier than that of my assistant. You're to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to sinner number 4 is proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not sinner Ryoshu's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling, in the present circumstance, is a welcome one. It's simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice in the workflow becomes sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes that This was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine conceives concerns. It does not birth. Concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the ones monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Sinner Number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help, Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice whom was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She's regained consciousness. Oh, Kira. It's time. Skibbity Riz, Ohio Yacht, all that jazz. Let's go. Survivor. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well-equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with a sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different than how she appeared when I'd seen her through the center shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes. How far along is the process of the extraction? It hasn't begun, actually. We're waiting for the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's she even doing here? There's work to be done, contingent upon information obtained only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I decided to put you as use at the company as originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim did not so much as twitch an eyebrow as Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable glance. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people that would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation cost of this room, even at half their current numbers. You think there'll be a 6-7 joke in this intervallo? Be funny. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for your immediate... recommendation for your immediate disposal. Oh, and I've always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. Now you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillionaire guys. Ah, so you anticipate some form of cooperative level retaliatory response against your person. Corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. But I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate, such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great big brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? Heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through the intermediary steps such as this. I know a guy that did that. He worked for like a certain company, a certain lobotomy corporation. I know someone that survived that. Her name's Bean. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is particularly limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. Survived is a bit of a stretch. She can talk! That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. Weird word, never seen it. You're so frickin' annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was rather a foolish thing to say. I will defer to this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What would I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in the thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me, too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in family. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone had hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, the ST for the bowl cut, too. Same tastes? Huh! Young Ryoshu, could it be that thou also doth harbor a passionate zeal for I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll sink right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty axe straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it. I'll talk, that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory are actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day that keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you taking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, sink? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. Is this really the right call? To her, we're probably the people she needs to settle a score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clog. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much? For this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause... well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Huh. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon out on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? You can't even unsheath it! You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let's head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way out to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. New daughter! New daughter! Law of inheritance. We killed her father, therefore we're better fathers. What the fuck is that node? Oh, that's like a... what? No, wait, what the fuck is that node? That's not story. That's like a weird knot with a sword. We are the dads that stepped up. This is the bleed team. Might as well bring everybody that I can. Let's bring the terrorist. For level 1, I don't care, though. We're still bringing the terrorist. Support. We're gonna bring in... No one... No, fuck. I've got too many people on my friends list. Ring Ryoshu? There's not a Ring Ryoshu. I'm gonna say, like, what do you mean Ring Ryoshu? We'll bring Ring Pointillist. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 80% more event currency. And then I don't have access to Mersal. Maybe Radia? New Radia? Anybody? Anybody? No? Okay. Fuck me, I guess. Why do you call Ring saying that? Because he's legitimately a terrorist. What we're going to do right now, if I can, this skill is terrorism, but this skill is fucked up. I wish I could, like, see every single, like, tier of him. It's the reuse coin that makes him a terrorist. He does legitimately more damage on a bleed team than, like, anybody else on the bleed team. He's kind of insane. What's your code? I have Ring Radia. The issue is that I have about 7,000 different people on my friends list, so, like, the chance of you showing up is tiny. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of the corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? W. Wario Corp. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems that introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corps, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I remember, the company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp had already fallen, while W Corp, from what I heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and sinners of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach. I'll call him Doorbell. Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he'd researched. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus's team's performance. You've capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists in the public, but what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He is referring to the Monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? They're both Alan in code, so we overwrote Mr. Night Owl. We've reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assessing the varying and verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed if you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed upon Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. I love her. She's so fucking weird. She's so, like, 12. You're such a teenager. I mean, seeing Albina hit up the door and the other one over there when she was popping into the farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material? I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She come back hauling piles of them. They're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got. For real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge the surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... Don't punch our new daughter. Fuck you. I'll kill you. Get bamboo-headed Kim in here! As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah, with all that whining, I thought the brat used a lesson and reminder of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Fuck you, Alan! Don't hit our new daughter! Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I'll keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So friggin' annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though. What was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by the Wayfarer Company. I always called them corporation. Let's resume the task at hand. Sinner Ryoshu, give Manager Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted in blood. But, IH and I, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. I don't know if it's just, like, me spending more time around Ryōshū or them just making her acronyms simpler, but I've been able to identify all of them so far. It seems that all information we can provide. That's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the door likely connects to the perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor's mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past these doors. Alright then. I'll pursue the connection and verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Sinner Ryōshū mentioned. Ah! You don't trust me at all, do you? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began to set up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handling over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out the room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. Cool gorilla. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, this scale is insane! That's the whale from 8 Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different, and the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh. The Robo-Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been more fun if we could have seen these things moving. Everything here's dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick, though. The vibe really hits. I love her. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. She is a little chudling. I like how you're shorter, though. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? I mentioned the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that look as though they've been stripped from the human body. Oh yeah, there it is. It's a gallery of the School of Falvism. Probably a main studio, at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and auction house. Alan. We'll be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. God, you're sick! Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence. It's kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door, and the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. Stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. Makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. Used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit you as a tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yeah, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious, yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, wasn't it? That's right! Emile Benoit, I think. As they say, you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because of the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence? Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members in incensed glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim. I clicked! Without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable junction for trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he had opened his mouth as though he was about to retort Faust's categorical rejection. The moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quickly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, a Ryōshū. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we're leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artist of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses. Ryoshu is the wielder of an Ryōshū. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clark. Think of that woman as Lei Heng, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right. That's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Ryōshū, even if it doesn't give us a fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us time to get away. The floor of the exhibition only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some past ones that show you the promise of excellence. Your fucking weird things that hang off your, like, antlers back, they hurt me to look at. Above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. Shame. Still, talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Ryōshū makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste... Huh? Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Ryōshū no longer exists, so why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own thought as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Notice, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give you the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced towards us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain on the jaw, bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising materials with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The Maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of a nurse father's, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege! This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim's lockdown sequence still not ready. 1 minute to go, step aside! The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identity, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage moving midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow? Shit! Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her steel-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this wasn't the plan at all! Obviously not, she couldn't have changed her mind that quickly, because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know! I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, they're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with a suitable training. Unexpected data would be useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The Maestro lashed out again with a monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed through the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Critically, however, the sheer force of the Maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into a door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I'll seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone, to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Center 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would have meant a sizable force of the ring trailed right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to realize that the risk and that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well what fate awaited her. Such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? You, don't just stand there. Get over here now. Uh-huh, but these guys are gonna come flooding in if... You, TTM, wanna get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later. You're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself to the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors where the Maestro could cross over. Well cut. Think you can still use your arms? Fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the Riggs members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I called it the sinners, their voices came through Hohenheim's radio one after the other. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever... Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me! Break time's over. Break time's over. Come on, everybody. Come on, let's go. Get back. We're using Malkith again? Hi, Kira. Hi, Kira. Hi, Kira. Hi. Hi, Kira. Disemboweling, violent breaking slam. 5 coins. God damn. Augmentation tattoos. Gain thermal blades on. The middle. Resentment. The middle. The middle. Just crush all that shit out. LCE? Maybe? Well, we got everybody else here, and we're using the Malkuth Rain. So, you know, funny. How about you all? Wild Stroke, Bleed and Sinking, Descent Rapide, Lefalvism, Paint and Unfurl, Bleed and Sinking. They're kind of just the same as Mersol's ID, which makes sense. The first step is always but a single animal. With every quest for art and ferocity, another beast is layered on top of the previous specimen. Inflict Mauled Color Rouge. Gain a bleed potency for every 3 stacks, get a defense level down, and then you lose something. Some say that the ring's paint is made from the same base material as the augmentation tattoos. They are both nigh indelible pigments that take considerable efforts to erase, let alone bleach. When a student is killed, inflict Mauled Rouge on 2 random enemies. If the target does not have bleed, inflict 3 bleed count. they just inflict bleed? Like, if they win a clash, that's kind of fucking insane. And then all of you are just roughly the same, except for you. I think you're like an owl or like a bear. Nice pride skill. Airspin skill does not stagger the target. On hit does not trigger sinking effects on target. That's on Clash Blues, though. Student has haste. Reuse this skill? Holy fuck. Reuse this coin. Mauled color blue. If the middle uses their tattoos as augmentation, does the ring's tattoos more than brands that, when forcibly applied, weaken their enemies? Good music, too. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of fauvism. Yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in their single animal as the undrawing which the best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast as though their self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. So you get a haste if you have blue. Well, for every blue inflicted. And then whenever you're killed, of course, you do the same thing as your other students where you just inflict ink. I seem to... All right, this was my team that I made that was, like, specifically for Envy Resonance. And Mersal's here on accident. But, like, Envy Resonance... You could have helped us out, Mersal, not gonna lie. You could have... I should have put middle little brother on you. Fuck. Ah, whatever. Envy Resonance! All my sinners. Envy Resonance, guest starring Mersal as the rap skill. Whatever, use a shotgun, just shoot him. I love burn, I love bleed. Bro, seriously? Alright. No more envy for us, which is fine. I could go down here. I don't know. Okay, Kira's doing an envy skill. I could envy resonance this. Like starting from here and do this. That gives us an absolute resonance. Faust, you do have access to an envy ego. And that does give envy fragility, which could help these two moving after you. Mersal, you're still just here, so go nuts, have fun. We do this for the absolute resonance. Ow. Making ready for Otis and maybe Ricardo Heathcliff. That's why I have this team made. Because I'm like, I don't know. I feel like the next ID we get will probably be middle Otis. I N-Corp for Lob-Corp dual wield because I like N-Corp. That's literally it. There's no other, like, thought process there. She also does bleed in a minor amount, and this is, like, a pseudo-bleed and envy resonance team. It's not there to get envy resonance all the time, but it is, like, it's mainly here to apply bleed and also just, like, envy resonance every so often. I guess... I keep forgetting that, the stanky ID. Red Eyes and Penitence. That one does do bleed, too. High chance it's Otis. We went for getting Valencia before bad end Ryoshu. I think no matter what, we're getting the thumb last. But I mean, we get the new ID teaser, like, what? Next Friday? Lead charge, NV skill 1. Better than my NV skill 2. Tuesday for ESD. Trailer Friday. Hit Monday. I always thought we got the teaser on Fridays. I guess I'm wrong. I'll take Tuesday, though. Because we get it Tuesday. Because I've always, like, forgotten when we get them. Because I'm always like, but when do we get it? And only recently did I remember that we get them before the current IDs become shardable. Alright, Wrath skills. Fuck it. Rude. Thank you, Honglu. Thank you, Faust, for the follow-up. I also mainly made this team because I was like, I don't use middle IDs ever, despite the fact that I really like the middle. I want to try to make a middle team work. And then Mersal was here because I was like, I don't want to use middle little brother. I'm just going to use the guy that has a gun and does bleed. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me in this if you weren't going to trust me? Weirdos. Would have opened them all at the end of the day, SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Like, just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it what was anticipated. That's W-A. Eh? Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Falvists won't be able to cross over the door anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be assessed with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock, and those Falvist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to the team, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they move on the House of Spiders so soon. Eh? They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Falvist maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempt. This operation's more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown, and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. 'Twas seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too! Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as I wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allen. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. All right. We've been going for an hour. First ad break. Take this time. Get up. Do some stretching. Do some exercising. Touch your toes. Bend over. Listen to Hong Lu just mulch that guy. God, that was wet. Usually I click off before I hear him do that. That's what I'm saying, all right? You'll really get it out. No, you don't gotta. I'm just saying. We're in the center tier list as Kirago. Honorary center tier, like most other people. I'm too absorbed in Limbus' story. This is good. This is fine. I'm shocked you stayed here regardless anyway. Food is an art, so it makes sense to try making some sense. I do wonder, like, how many branches of the ring are there? We know about corpism, we know about pointillism, and we know about falvism, but, like, I think that's it. Chef Ryoshu is a ring ID. Trust. Look, I just want middle ID. I was hoping that during this intervallo, the fucking finger that we would run into in here would be the middle. It's not, because I'm hated. And now the ring ID has the most IDs out of, like, every single fucking finger. And so now I'm just like, bleh. I like the ring. I do like the ring. They're a good faction. I just don't like them, because the middle and thumb are, like, infinitely cooler to me. And I fucking love the index. The pinky's full of homeless bums. We don't even know what the pinky is. The pinky could be anybody, alright? Fucking Night Drifter is probably a pinky. Fucking everybody's a pinky. Your dad's a pinky. Faust and Hong don't count into the ring. True. They're like... I mean, no one from the House's Spiders really counts as, like, the ring that they should be part of. True. Dante's a pinky member. Fuck it. This will be useful for whenever Dante takes the field in Kanto 10. Trust me. Trust me. I talked to KJH personally, and he said, yeah, don't tell anybody, but Dante's going to square up against Mersal in Kanto 10. Are you a pinky member? I could be. They're all ex-members of their fingers, right? Yes. Everybody in the House of Spiders disgraced their own, like, they fucked up in a way that even their own fingers didn't want to associate with them anymore. And we're back. Which is why they, like, got rid of them. I like the blue thread here. It's our bus. Out of all the sinners, who would be the best chef? We've already proven this. It was either Mersal or Otis. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider-Pyre. It does not exist prior to the House's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who tagged along either to watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Where's Hong Lu? Hohenheim, how long does the examination take? I hear, like, a drilling or something? There's, like, there's something fucked up going on in the house. There it is again. What the fuck is that? Oh, well. Hang on, I gotta go check that out. Okay, I figured it out. Also, thanks for giving me money while I was away. What did I just say? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should now be available for the relic, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. Like, you should go away more since that's when you get the most money. People don't give me, like, a lot of money on this stream anyway. I'm here to be a clown for, like, basically free. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair, then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro. Vespa Crabro. Crabro? I'm gonna call him Crabro. With a big piece of paper covered in a crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Charon snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate all them up. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Berg, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in quite the tough spot. Understood. Charon. Charon, super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass biter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Vergilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled back the snack thief sign off Vespa's back.
Make sure to remember this so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense.
Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later! I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know! Yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verg. Kick his ass!
Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each center is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well.
Chill! That's totes been agreed upon, okay? I can't believe you dropped her full fucking name, by the way, Verg. Besides, that's that, and this is this! Roger? Roger, say that again? Roger? Roger, you summoned him. Well, Roger, we're fucked. You stole his catchphrase. You can't do that. The lines on Virgilius' brow look deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of the endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I draw near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Also, you can't be saying that near Verg, because Verg has met the guy. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research onto the sign.
I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it.
Observation of the sign has so far been limited to two individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility of the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching what cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. That's the point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said that only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, then we would hope for a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate that no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some super-powered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to the subject before Rodya gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then... Right. Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damon used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story, those could be it. Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that information is the information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you've stated, any discussion of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition. Supposition, I think. But it would seem that researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that? Bit about the sign maybe becoming a singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis that in fundamental principles of this working... I have to talk fast for myself, because I feel like that's just how he talks. The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. What as no actionable evidence was observed in M. Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. And nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean, I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think? So, anything happened that we shouldn't be worried about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and, I developed some questionnaires, too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first?
A paradox, it would seem. In such a case. That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures.
Oh god, you songs yapping.
If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand.
Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? And some part of him's gotta be left there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Or you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that. He was using that Mong technique quite effortlessly, too. Well, that glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? Why are we all calling it this now?
This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it.
Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura makes you real tough one's part of it. There's gotta be more, right?
Don't know. Could be a secret of the finger thing they pass down to their members, technique, gear, something like that.
Look at it. That black Coney leader, that Lei Hang prick, and the nurse fars we fought. A lot of them's fingers, ain't they?
The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it.
And Virgilius, too. So what? Only proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze toward Virgilius and Vespa.
I love you. I love you.
Thanks for giving a sub to Lei Hang.
I love
615.
I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare is some rumors, though they are all without proper sources.
Rumors?
They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs.
A rumor among fixers, sayest thou?
Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips really spread through hearsay.
Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid. Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny Mong wrapped around his weapon.
It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to such a marvel in video.
Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape on the back. Maybe you missed it?
Video tape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, grieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast the night upon the noble exploits of adventuring fixers.
As Dawn dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion.
From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its user a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it can demand can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appears to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone provided they know the proper method of training.
Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon, Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon, too. Can you argue with that?
If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi Song's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison?
Well, because you're the
wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you.
Don't bully Yi-sung! Don't do that! I like him! I'm a fan of Yi-sung. Be nice to him.
Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contracts as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame, that would have been real useful.
Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who'd been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the mental nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mong. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get strong without a stupid crutch like that. Wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably never had once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vesper's response has always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must notice too, or perhaps she couldn't simply find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into the blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness.
If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence.
I already said I get it.
As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you'll be the one who pays the price.
There's nothing in what Virgilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers. And left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners stepped back into their own business, snacks, idle chatter, and the conversations about what had happened around the LCE.
The examination has concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together.
Before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshu had returned. Alrighty! What the fuck's up with the Ryoshikin? Ren Ketsuen.
To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of will is not in the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature, yes. That would be the most appropriate description. A sentient sword, huh?
Ryoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver, almost like it had taken offense. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected?
It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of the existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment.
Turn on my heater.
I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls in the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities at present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to.
Right.
But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Senator Ryoshu's memories. Though again, that too is a mere possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordination with Alan for your next duty, or coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters, that will be all.
Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut, if any further exchange might scatter and mess up with the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright, then before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it's pretty clear to me that they've been intently listening in our conversation.
Where are we to go?
Right, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking out where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager. You talking about me? Yeah, I guess I'm working with him too, yeah. Best to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you'll be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of those doors we went into earlier led straight into the rings corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers in your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along, then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it's found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. That'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. So we can just use that. I thought that was like we did this once in like a fit of, oh shit. But no, we can just do this forever now. All right, maybe this time the people show up. Mersal. There he is. Yes, yes.
교류회.
Yeah, I don't care.
설레네요.
Until it bites us in the ass for some reason. It's not biting us in the ass yet. We're gonna be fine. I don't actually know. Makes sense. Do the percentages mean more of the event currency? Yes. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the rings gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell us about the gate doors? Yep. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in all hyped about some canned whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle, Pop would go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier when she offered up only vague snippets even about just a single door. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel. It seems solid even to someone as clueless about the back doors as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. What if she changed her mind about cooperating with us? Nevertheless, we mustn't let her guard down, executive manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Let's start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the door nearest to Heathcliff, or the door Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another door that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. I know, let's go for a walk. I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah. Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners.
And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely, a park. Every sod walking-ear's dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk. The past Ryoshu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. Pieces clicked together, and I voiced over the other memory that I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. The dog? Sorry, hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. I know, want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door that's connected to a park. We can go right now. Dog. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily. Such a gentleness doth seem most unlike the young Ryoshu. Hey, Clock. You said you could show them my memories willy-nilly. No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, our memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like when we experienced it at H-Corp with Hong Lu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random. What the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. And again, unlike how it was between Lin Dai Yu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess that makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru will be locked away in the vault every time I did a part of an assignment with a spiral driven through her. Her first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate than had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. Don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru would stop whimpering in pain and I shut myself up in my room crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Oh, see, it was me. And even after witnessing the fragment of her memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beast-born Blade. A Tonto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way! I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Hunk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. The Tonto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. Alright, nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. A tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time. My own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing, then? Let's be honest, if you're seeing something like that, you want to steer clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were so cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other Ring artworks outside of Albanian or Nurse Fathers, so maybe I'm just a total noob when it comes to all that, but yeah. Their stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. And I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, and as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my tastes. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations. What you told me about Callisto looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how'd you end up getting used to that kind of thing? What do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... Brud. The scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares in the house of spiders? There's actually someone who got scared by the ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered by sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be this huge artwork displayed here. Don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed to practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Marble. What's wrong? Over there. But I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, so you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation of art on somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced to the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole again, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it would never truly reach her. I see, this hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what had been emptied began to entangle within Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was at this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out, but unfortunately none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. Or I think we're done. Huh? What the? How'd they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Does thou not say thou hast sealed the door for failure? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route. Another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. How'd he get so many fanboys and fangirls here? Nah, bro. My Unk be washed, bro. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled by some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting these objects for now, but they'll likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LC personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the Ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't post at the center's supply this time, but it should be fine. All right. Once again, time to turn the ring into piles of mulch. Thank you, Milky. Go, my beautiful win rate centers. New type of ring guy, owl guy. Where's that walrus? No, they've been here. They were in the first encounter. Thank you, Tremor. Why must plants fuck? Bless. Good. All right, Kira.
All right, Sinclair. We hate hitting heads. Thank you, Faust.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
와우, 벌써 재료를
Beautiful.
저기까지 섭취해둔
Absolutely
것이오.
beautiful.
오늘 공장 일찍 문 닫을 수 있을 것 같죠?
Just sneezes something that I hit in the face with a fuzzy item. Sneezing makes me, like, recoil in fear. It is simply what it is.
경외감 속에 숨.
Oh, hey, cascading gaze.
앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드립니다.
I didn't know we already got 7 of those.
만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이오. 아, 여기서 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
Good.
멀지 않도록.
Good. Mulch the ring.
이따가 버스에서 회고해야 않겠는가?
Sorry, it's just like, you know, my ring IDs are like better than like your ring actual people. I've also got my beautiful, like, my lovely daughter here. All right, I'm Kira's biggest hype man now. I love how much of a little shit she is.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 저희 뼈를 그리자.
Thank you, attack weight.
생각 차원의 외면의 예술.
Damn, we didn't get the kill.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 기획팀의 직원다운 완벽한
Kira,
능력이야.
Kira!
저들도 내가 물을 싫어하든 극도로 기피하는 것이 있었고.
Now check this out. All right, does not have a. Oh wait, no, she does. Because I have egos. All right, middle people, go nuts.
선 속을 벗어날 순 없고.
Oh, Mersal put on the dog mask.
저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Just dispense new Hong Lu. Yeah, because he's fucking great. I hope you enjoy it. I did my Mirror Dungeon run with him, and he's fucking amazing.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고
My absolute resonance. What the fuck, dude?
언젠가 다시 재생하겠지.
With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but unfortunately, no other ring members remain. But fortunate. Right, but what the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Where the hell were they coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave? Had more of them sods legged it from the back like they've been lurking for somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We're planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of those corridors and all the connections. Low C. Eh? Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as she was going through an inner struggle. For long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it's home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. Never once regarded the fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it all are fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way that it could. Low Kai. And accompanying by its tremors, we began to move toward the corridor of the middle. Goodbye, corridor of the ring. Fuck you. I swear to God, is there gonna be like more fingers? Was I bait and switched?
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요.
Was I bait and switched? Is there going to be like more fingers as like a part of this other than just the ring? Am I going to go in here and the fucking... I hate the fact that the sweeper intervallo made me, like, fearful of, like, him again. Because I feel like I'm gonna walk through one of these fuck-ass doors, and I'm just gonna, like, immediately hear this shit. I don't trust him to not show up. All right, Mersal, here you are.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Wouldn't you love kicking Ricardo's ass? I feel like he's gonna come back with Ego or Shin or Mong or something. The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I espied that they're half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone. Couch, too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be.
Oh, those? LCE researchers hold them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in the staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'd be selling them off.
Yeah? Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? Never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you about what I know. So come this way if you want in. These two doors here made from paper and wood, they connect to S-Corp. And that one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V-Corp backstreets where... Having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door of the Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore.
The horror.
Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one.
Good work, all data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation.
Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals, too. It ain't doing anything shady like warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. It seems like to me you outpaced your business rival in no time.
I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority of the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment.
Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff.
Aptly said. Well, this has been a workday relatively free of casualties, thanks to the quality of information you provided. You understand that Wayfarer Company's primary service includes pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers to our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't been confirmed yet, that appear within the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep these secure. I'd say our effort and cost is rather on the steep side, especially considering that we're also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market.
Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. That's one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors.
Still, our work's gotten pretty considerably easier doing this job, thanks for the help of everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door.
Ah, this is the door Pop used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira onto the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the lips of my tip of my nose, one of my clock hands. What is that? What does that say? That's the room. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has the Salon du Mollet. The private hair salon. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder as though the sheer weight behind the words terrified him. I don't like this! I don't like this!
What?
I don't like this! Oh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed,
Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band has severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge?
Bugger it. I ain't even got anyone up to spruce up for anymore.
Sweet, then I can use them? We were regulars at the Molu place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring him loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... What am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who'd seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tipping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why... It's also true, these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated?
Matthias gave you that unesthetic BC.
Thanks a BC. Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things.
For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym.
It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about.
Not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms more ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose.
If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. When I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along.
At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal though they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interest of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know if these things I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... You tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying something like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? But I wasn't here to tell you his words weren't shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. Good man, is among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest. Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man?
That, I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened.
Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me these things started getting awkward in you and him ever since you quit school.
Bullshit. I'd never been to school. Never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again.
Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video of when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure.
But I don't. As Kira went on with Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away, I couldn't blame her. So much of that memory had become mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse that fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide, I'll arrest you in the institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy.
You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Wait, that kind of makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school.
Academy of Art. Did Kira just respond to me? No one said academy, I don't think. Did Kira just respond to me? We said the word academy. How did Kira hear that? Oh, she just remembered it. She could have just remembered it. But did she... I don't know. It's funny. Ryoshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Glock, you deserve a smack. Ah! Then lightly smacked me on the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias.
Dad, how I go to a school? School, Yoshihide, well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling must have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic education systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Raiden is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide, I will register you at an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from a school. I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship or other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. Hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. And perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course, I would. When all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose, all while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on the corporus techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here, the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram and... I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slog is, trying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that's a drop of ink could do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about cubist techniques in this rep. Cubist! New school! Honestly, why is it even washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just more boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gore, but it's boring and shallow because you guys are bad at it. What? Aw, you mad because your daddy's a lame corpus? Oh, you see, no wonder her stuff is just, ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. I've heard Cubist before. I don't remember it, so it's new to me. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just that what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrum kids half their age. Kids will be kids and all that. Come home, Dad. Hey, buddy! You're home early! Oh, man, it must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class and stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? Didn't hit you anywhere, did they? Buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I pinched him but this many more times. I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seen what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods didn't learn respect unless you beat it into them. If only even a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. Never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Holy shit! Holy fuck, dude! That's the middle! God damn! There you are, Yoshihide. Class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'd be back before you know it, but I got a little lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. As for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark.
That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone agreed they did a sorry job keeping these types under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly didn't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh?
Jesus, man.
How do you like it, buddy? Bob was the best, ain't he?
How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal.
Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I find out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It's a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy.
Don't wanna.
Yoshihide? I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things that I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me just like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety, because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing in the world to me. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking about his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by a golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring-nosed father seems to be the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh? Yeah, I didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted, and you got angry on your behalf. There's ads! Okay, these are gonna run for like 5-ish minutes. So, in the meantime, we're all gonna sit here. We're gonna look at whatever the hell we're looking at. Here's Plastic Love. I'll be back. I gotta use the bathroom. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Bathroom! Yeah. Well, Matthias did indeed solo one teacher and de-arm a bunch of children, so congratulations, I guess, buddy? I don't know if I would have done that. This feels like a parent-teacher conference kind of thing that we have going on here. He sure indeed was a fucking part of the middle. Are the ads over? Can I go back to doing the interval? How are you enjoying the intervallo? I just fucking love Limbus Company. Anytime they give me more things to read, I'm like, yes. I'm a starving like beast of a man. It is fucked up that Callisto stocks are on the rise, and this is the guy that just turns people into like, you know, archways, and then also he killed a dog and made it suffer forever. Hi, Alan. How you fucking doing? Like, yeah, I gotta go, half my money. Okay, thanks for rating me. Okay, bye, have fun. The middle slaughters people without any provocation. I mean, that is just the middle. Further putting the middle into aura bankruptcy. I think, at this point, the entire middle aura is hard carried by Ricardo, and that's kind of it. Didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to the academy like you wanted, and I even got angry on your behalf. Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yeah, decapitated heads from the incident of the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was a sorry excuse for art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Go to journey visit Shentom sometime soon. I leave for Germany next Wednesday. I'm there until the 17th of June. Then it's going to be probably like a little bit, like I'm staying in America for a little bit longer after that, and then I permanently move to Germany. Well, I go there for like 4 years. At minimum, due to work visa stuff. Is Dokumi before or after you leave? It happens, I will be there for Dokumi, yes. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gotta get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. Hey, Nate, look there. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Okay, it's the ring, thank God. Felvis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the ring's art movement in different districts of the city. This is at the Falvis scale, however. Various evidence suggests as their mask and the fact that their group has immediately drawn their attention suggests that they are the same pack as the ones making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is the LCB. Speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the little middle protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters in the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the rings unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us in the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back to the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say?
Oh, wait, the door leads to a zone under the Syndicate or Ring's protection, doesn't it? Better to fight here then.
Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Falvis began rushing through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. I summoned the sinners back to work.
No middle. Oh, hey.
응원도 결국은
It's the middle theme.
팬들이나 듣고 싶어하는 위안일 뿐입니다.
나 선
정부는
속을 벗어날
조금
수는
더
없.
가치 있는 걸 추구하는 보수 아니겠습니까?
Song so good we have to use it twice.
운명의 기운이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
He could still come. No, there's not going to be anybody.
감동적이지 않을까?
It's just that they are only doing ring. This is ring only intervallo.
기가 튀.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가할 뿐입니다. 이것이 바로 정부의
And there's no envy resonance here.
이것 봐. 환상치를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분해.
Go my beautiful IDs, my beautiful bleed team.
성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다. 아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
Oh, Kira. Oh, Kira.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
직전의 공격처럼
Go-
개체에게
okay.
치명적인 일격을 가해
This is supposed to be an envy resonance team, but fuck it, I guess. Go my absolute pride resonance. It's not even June yet. Let's go, Ishmael. Let's go, Ishmael. I see you. I see you losing, Honglu. I see you over there losing.
이 정도쯤은 브레이크 슬랩.
All right, Kira. All right, Honglu is staggered. Her salt is mine. Hell yeah.
정신 차리고.
Honglu is now not staggered.
시장 보면 큰일 나오.
Absolute resonance! This is what it's all about, right? It's time for the middle IDs to shine!
나 선 속을 벗어날 순 없.
Go my absolute pride. No, not pride. Go absolute envy!
다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라. 개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나가서 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 가져갈래. 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
That's what it's all fucking about right there.
대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이
We have one
충분히
contempt on the field.
끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
You don't have. I mean, yeah. Okay. The middle IDs aren't even using envy. We don't need a resonance this turn. I was going to spend ego on it, but not if they're that far away and not even using an envy skill.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ow. Is this a Ryōshū wall perg ID? No, this is a last season Ryōshū ID. It's N Corp Ryōshū. There we go. There we go. More vendetta marks for Sinclair. More Book of Vengeance stack. There you go, Faust. Just kill that guy. God, hell, kill them all.
저의 술로 채워놔. 이제야 친해졌네.
Thanks, Faust.
방금 멋졌어. 이제야 친해졌네. 개체에게 큰 피해를 준것 같아. 성공.
I fuck with Sinclair's middle thing. I do too. He looks really good.
세상에 파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요.
마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을
Miseries.
완벽한 걸작을.
This one's just reading.
타시아도
Oh, yeah, literally bulldog named princess. Okay, and that about wraps up the middles corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door catalog workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door, too. It made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up's the thumb corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs Quarter, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. Last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Lincia's shitty scrap papers. She's been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Useless shit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that you need to work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits that go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. Or the ring, maybe? One where there's silhouettes there, unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective. Some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively?
Gregor! Gregor! You're up and about!
The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. Why does the VOD start halfway through the stream? I don't know. Why does it? You okay, fella? Bumped your head earlier.
Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall.
This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over.
I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Lu's head.
Anyway, you know what to do, right? At any moment you see signs of...
Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable. See?
Ironically, fear tends to grow more unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't even see the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way. For me.
Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this?
Geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once, so I walk away.
Don Quixote gives a nonchalant interpretation of Ryoshu's acronyms as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then.
Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? Smoke. I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. Not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? They can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like
Some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when it's symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they've killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. And I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure. I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... First, I thought I couldn't give a hoot about whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rockin' good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreets thugs with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. To be honest, when that Hohenheim fellow said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception! Potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Yi Song. Made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that living's gotta live on. Nothing else. Really brings me back years. The memories are so clear it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kicked me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Answer me! Gregor Baoyu! What is your reason for being on this bus? I had to. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. And that's something I never expected to hear from you. Yes, you're right. For seeing this through to any kind of end. This would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valencia. That piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd come to a pause and spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by, are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger on for a good long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, as their wounds left in my heart bleed me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come up from that corner you're hiding in. Nah, man. They knew we've been eavesdropping. They've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Ah, well. What if I show us with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellers sooner or later? so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I didn't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, you know which door this thumb nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh, that was supposed to be obvious. And you guys all see her? You think I just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah. Said something about her generosity and all that. Fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? Why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab right in the spine? You... Look, I think you might be trading wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like the old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question toward you, Sinner Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the thumb nurse father showed particular attachment to? Or the door that she used the most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Dungeon clocks helped piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where do those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom? Are you okay? I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easily. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. Fuck's this. Bandages for you. This kid's serious? I had truckloads of expensive treatments and ready to patch me up the moment I get back into the field. Well, okay. Never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke for. Yeah, fighting the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile, stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. No, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone called the consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. That's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why, though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valencia on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I Corp and K Corp nests? The common thread between those post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult, dubious rulings that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been some going-ons behind the scenes there, too. But doesn't that mean the back door will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps in any way. Concierge. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then, what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past, it's the other way around, isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and what the others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestions may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of MCorp's psychotherapy centers.
Fine then. Guess I'll open it up.
Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead in the front lines with our G-Corp. Banner held high. I don't want to die.
Yuri! Yuri!
It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than ever I was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still.
Here we go.
Gregor, what the fuck's your deal, buddy? Fixed member needed!
원하신다면
That is strange.
원하신다면
Why is he red? Why is he red though? Oh, I guess because I have to put him like in the first initial like slot lineup. Okay, so first things first. Support Mersal. Yes. Good enough. Unless we can slot in a Raja here. We can indeed. So we're gonna go with you, and you. And then you all will fill in the back.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도 함께 준비하라.
I don't really have like a middle ID for you. Fuck it. You'll contribute to the tremor.
선원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
This place. Eh? Just a boring old office. Kind of ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Look at that guy. Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Let you hide from the boss, man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out and tear at the sight of someone metal clinking. No one will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grinned, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. Only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet here!" Or vet hire. I thought it was German. Vet hire! I'd scuttle up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me behind, I get afraid I might cause an accident. Vet hire must be about post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. When I got in the job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager. Ted? Gregor whipped around, his head instinctively leaping to his other arm. His hand instinctively linked to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing before us. Really is you, Gregor? And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. Oh, you folks be the accountant. The accountant the guys in the other team had asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so how you been doing? Me? Same old, well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? Not surprised you found new work so soon. You always were a dependable guy.
I love you.
Yeah, thanks for going to sub the 10. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin. Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Now look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anyone would have anything good to say about that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with the vet hire shit over there. No, not at all, actually. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself out of the bootstraps, but every peril's an opportunity waiting to be found? Blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how I used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets to kickbacks whenever we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man! It's that bad. It's what anyone talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, I should probably talk like more normal. Being like, if there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with it back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a Backstreet kid like myself doesn't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom, you know? If you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You said something like that before. Yeah. Ha ha ha, yeah. Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. It's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries. When it seems as though you're on your way to submit those proposals. Oh, gee golly, I'm late. Thanks for snapping me out of it. I gotta get back. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime. Yeah, let's go catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. Ooh, I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former coworker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke until he began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted upon ourselves. Not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget, then might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager Bud? Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same thing to those suffering from the cruelty inherent of living. Still, live on. Just live on. And even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of a blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this to be the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry. I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by the Allen figure that someone had stayed behind and watched the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Man, it's those ass hats again! Weird, the quarter's not a place these newbies are roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Falvis pouring through the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a new way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them get through, can we? Kill them all! All right, Dante.
That's a new one.
레이저. 아니야. 마이너 아르카나 정도겠지?
나선 속을
조심해.
벗어날 순 없.
마이너라고 해도 생각보다 강할 수 있으니까.
All right, Ishmael.
응원해줄게.
Thank God.
피가 튀고.
Damn. Not all heads.
선생님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
Oh, hey, the Reek the Blunt. Cool. Go, my absolute envy resonance.
개체가 우리의 마지막 일격만을 기다리고 있는 상태입니다.
Let's see. Radya has a lust defense skill. We can turn that into a full envy resonance. Absolute. All right, Honglu can lose too. That's also important. Get him, Ishmael! This is such a good song.
됐을 거야.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
Good. Good. Let's go, Kira. New daughter, new fun daughter.
치명적인 일격을 가해봅시다.
Why did it do this? Like, if I do win rate, then it goes to like this, which is struggling. But if I go all envy, then it becomes favored. Does it not counter in resonances?
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없.
Very strange.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Whatever, though. Go my absolute envy resonance. God, I love the middle. Oh, fuck. Sinclair's at 12 stacks.
예술해. 와, 성공했어. 보여? 개체가
I never
어디서
see him
오는지
get
알아.
stacks of anything.
이대로 남은 대상들
Like in mirror dungeons, he never gets these.
만들어보자.
We absolute resonance that into that. Hong Lu does not have a charge ego equipped. So, I mean, I'll take that. All right, Rod, you kill them all.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
Good. Good. Payback with interest.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
벌써 재료를 저기까지 손질했던 것이요.
All right, keep it going. There's no envy resonance we can do here, so we'll take lust.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
I get to watch you do it. Actually, wait, hang on. I gotta do this real quick while I'm thinking about it. There we go. Okay, now I will always know that you are Pickle.
이제 항상 벗어날 수 있다고 생각해.
우리 팀의 직원다운 완벽한 진격이었어.
Getting hit means you die in late game, and pretty early game it's just each press win rate, so it rarely stacks up. Which is like weird.
선택이었어, 나리.
But I mean, I get it.
약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
It is hard to like have a ramp up ID. Doubly so at the middle, because the middle needs you to get hit, so that way the enemy accrues like vengeance stacks, like vengeance marks that we can then collect. So it is a weird fucking like negative feedback loop almost.
성공. 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들
The VOD. I want to watch it.
작은
I don't know what the problem with the VOD is. I don't know why it starts halfway
꽤 귀한 거거든.
It might fix itself whenever there's like no VOD. Like, whenever I'm done streaming.
Okay, well, I almost have enough fucking currency to get the Mersal, so yay. Support. Hello, Radia. No one else here has, like, envy. This Radia has envy. Envy skill 2.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
Once we dealt with the Falvis who invaded the Thumb Nurse Father's corridor, we left for the indexes. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have the day off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. The day I learned that blacking out and waking up into a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down on doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor? I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't that master. There was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us, either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice. Whew. Pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the Index and Pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find like a following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't... The representations of the Pinky and the Index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded them and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that's the same impression from someone rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Ryōshū cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner. And she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, clock. With every slash, this blade would cut through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryōshū fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash. Like she was recalling another incomplete memory. Yeah, she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works. This is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Pop had to go through 4 ramp-up stages to remove the seals, like, to even make use of his full sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. Dio, there's plenty already. So true. I guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. I love her. I love power-scaling daughter. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. Don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather up in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow! What was that for, Ryōshū? Why'd you just hit me with the sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryōshū's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard, left a mark on my arm. Here! Well, I didn't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. That's why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now. That sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw it too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. Fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. Doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Ugh, lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Then I keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. And emerged what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement. However, the masked unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? You were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts. At least yours doesn't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelved and stable and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjecture, it is likely that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match a prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. I see another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Words cannot describe how much of a fan I am of Kira. She, like, sucks in the best possible way. The will of the prescripts forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? Seems pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescript. Otis, what do you mean by that? 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 You want to elaborate? You want to elaborate on that, Otis? You want to elaborate? Many other people just see these as weird fucking paper slips. You just called it a god. Were you an Index member? Are you an Index member? Are you an Indexer? Interesting. Very interesting. Rain did say Hermes. Rain did say Hermes, yes. But I feel like that's something you would only know if you were, like, part of the Index at some point. That's interesting. Because everybody outside of the Index just kind of sees them as weird freaks that just follow weird paper slips every so often. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Oh, this is right. I'm gonna get upstairs somehow if you want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rain's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross off the list. Still, it has anything to do with Ryoshu's memories. Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it, though? Hi, Araya. Index members.
아니야.
They really hate Sinclair.
조심해. 마이너라고 해도 생각보다 강할 수 있으니까.
to where the prescript points. Prescripts delivered on paper slips, gain paper slips, and grace of prescripts. Some of you may have already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most commonplace and the most preferred by many. Will the prescript? Then the question we must ask, how many forms of prescripts might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, just join us and explore the answers together. A modest blade, unassuming of an unworthy note. Yet in following the prescript, the fulfilling of directives, the aid of the messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teaching of the proxies, it is slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. And I'm guessing, yeah, all of you are just the same, just with a different model. Go, my identities! Thank you, Radya. Yeah, me when unlocked. It is nice to see Dante getting confident, though. Dante having that, like, self-assuredness is so fucking nice. Oh, you hit the middle member. Fuck, dude. No, my middle member. Just keep going. Alright, who's... Oh, looks like someone didn't fulfill their prescript. Oh, that's some karmic consequences for you. That's hopeless. Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, this is a focused encounter. I just realized that. Damn. That's fine. Alright, you're hopeless. Honglu is now glowing. He stinks real good. That's fine. They can just hit you. I'm perfectly fine with them, like, continuing to smack middle members, because now Sinclair's gonna get 5 fucking stacks. And then Honglu is just Honglu, so he's kind of just scary. Good stagger. Hit my middle members. Okay, Kira. Hi, Milky. How goes Limbus? Good. Learning a lot. Brain is expanding. Knowledge is being accrued. There's, like, fucking so many vengeance marks on people. Like, 5 vendetta marks. You've got 7, I think. Yeah, you've got 7. Okay, good. You already... Okay, no, hang on. So who's targeting that? Radya, don't target that one. Target that one. Because that's being targeted by Radya, Ryoshu. 2 are going for that, and then the 2 middle members are going for the person with the highest vendetta marks, which is good. Goodbye, Duke. Gregor is staggered. This is fine. It's truly the end of an era. I mean, okay. Realistically, Manager Don Quixote at this point kind of only exists to, like, suck up, like, Blood Fiend, like, bleed, and do damage. Like, she was never that good at bleed, but she was really good at doing damage, and now she's been entirely outclassed by everybody else doing damage.
혹시 우리를 도와줘?
So who's all attacking you?
아니야.
Ryoshu and Hong Lu are doing that. So we're going to redo some clashes here, with Ryoshu going to, like,
그치?
here. Hong Lu will be fighting you, and that's better.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간.
Alright, Faust, kill. Big ding mean good. Yes.
아니지만 안 하는 것보다는 훨씬 낫을 거야. 다음에는 좀더 신경 써보자.
거기 있어.
In Mirror Dungeon, she's sadly outshine. I mean, you can use whoever you want forever. That's kind of a good thing about this, even like with the facade system. But even like in terms of just, if you like Don Quixote, like manager Don Quixote, just use her. 17 stacks of my funny book.
직원들이 개체를 제압하는 데 성공했어요.
Does anybody have vengeance marks, vendetta marks? No one dies. We're just gonna go have fun then.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Go, my Sinclair. Go, my pitbull named Princess.
얼얼하지?
Oh, it's closing time. I see.
퇴장 시간이 되었단다. 그럼 안녕히.
Thank you, Hong Lu.
저희 영감
있는 힘껏
일주일
I was unaware of the time.
저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it more preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui Star. Dihui Star? There's ads again! I was watching that too. I was watching that. It said I had like 4 more minutes till I had to run ads, and yet it just ran ads anyway, because this thing sucks! Whatever. Whatever. Chalk, you got closing time with just 2 ring members. I get closing time pretty consistently. I don't feel like I'm losing out on it a lot. Are you enjoying the new Radya? I mean, she's here. I like her better than I like Princess Radya. I still want Thumb Radya. Mainly because, like, okay, this is like a personal thing for me. I just don't like the ring. I think the ring, like, as a faction, just kind of sucks. I don't like the way they look. Dawn is really just there to eat Blood Feast, and Priest Gregor is there because he has no ring alternative. This is true. Dawn exists to eat all of the Blood Feast. She's very greedy. She wants blood. She's not generated. She's there to be provided the blood. Well, in the meantime. Enjoying the delightful new Kanto story. You and me both! I fucking love this song. All I need is more Liu IDs. I need more middle! I want middle to work. No middle for you. Liu has all the drip. Liu does have the drip, as assigned by Kira and also Kira Mail. So, like, Liu does have, canonically, the best drip. They drip mog the sink every day. I need Versal Heisho so bad. If Mersal gets a Heisho during Nocturnal Sweeping, I'm going to become an international incident. What song is this? It's Fiction, featuring Kasane Peto. It's this one. I want Goat Heisho for Saul. Ricardo IDB cool, but I also like more Heisho. I want no more Heisho. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Dishui stars. Let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's up these stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what's beyond? What if new Heisho? Hold all of this. Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock. What did you see? I'm not sure, but now I've got another reason to check what's upstairs. That means they're going to kill Ricardo. No, it doesn't! We've got, like, a Lin Daiyu ID, and also a Kira ID. Kira's alive. She's right there. Anyway, we're Saul.
예, 피드백에 따라 결정을 보완하겠습니다.
Alright, reasons I don't want a new Heisho. Every single one of these IDs, except for like these two, took up the entirety of season, like, 6. All of season 6 was eaten by them. They are gluttonous beasts. Heisho, 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 Heisho. Season 6 IDs Limbus. Like, every ID that came out was like, okay, here's first ID to start us off with. Family Hierarch Ishmael. Then we're gonna go to Heisho Mao. We're also gonna get Heisho Gregor and Radia. I wonder what ID Heathcliff's gonna get. Oh, Heathcliff's gonna get a Heisho. What about Dawn? She's getting a Heisho. Hong Lu doesn't get a Heisho because Hong Lu's like the biggest main character of them all. Because, you know, duh, it's his Kanto. But then Otis and Ryoshu are also going to have Heishos, but it's going to be the same Heisho pack as Faust. So now there's 3 Heishos that all kind of look the same. Radia and Gregor are the same Heisho pack. Heathcliff's going to come out and be a better Heisho in the same pack as Sinclair, which, by the way, are still just the same Heisho. Oh, well, here comes the Intervallo. It's time for Heisho Yisong! There's too many of them. There's just too many of them. There's too many of them, and they are all kind of just the same. It's kind of like whenever I feel a bunch of malice and discontent at the fact that fucking Which season was it? I'm tired of reindeers. I'm tired of W Corp. Into oblivion. In silence. Like, isn't that Fire Fist Greg? Nah, I don't like burn as a status. I think burn kind of sucks. And so because burn kind of sucks, I don't use it. Even if he is, like, the bestest, most specialist boy for burn ever. Give me my bonus currency. Balls. Well, no radio. So we're going in with just a very minor amount of bonus instead. Actually, hang on. That's 80. 100, 120. That's the max bonus I can have anyway. It works.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
Burn is fun. Burn is like one of those statuses that I'm like, this is an okay. Like, this is okay.
감상은 어떤가요? 원하시는 길로 저희를 잘 이끌어 주시겠죠?
There's a max bonus you can have? Yeah, you can only have 120. They set it on, like, the event page or something. But you can only have a max of 120. You can't go above it. Isn't Burn in a bad spot now without Magic Bullet Otis? Magic Bullet Otis is what I would consider to be, like, one of the cornerstones of Burn working. We're losing all of it, like, every clash. But Magic Bullet Otis is what I would consider to be, like, the, like, hyper crutch of Burn. And without that, like, without Magic Bullet Otis, Burn just kind of, like, doesn't work, I would say. She kind of makes Burn work. Because otherwise, like, Bleed is just kind of better, because you're going to be doing more damage with Bleed. Burn is absurdly ego-dependent. This is also true. It's easy to keep Burn, like, up, which I think is supposed to be, like, the trade-off for not doing Bleed. Because Bleed is hard to keep up because of how much count it consumes all the time. But Burn just applies at the end of a turn. So it's easier to keep up than Bleed. But the issue just becomes now, like, it's doing a lot less damage than Bleed. Conceptually, most of those 99 damage per turn, which is horrible. So Burn relies on gimmick interaction to be viable in any way. Mirror Dungeon gifts from Magic Bullet Otis. Yeah, because, like, Glimpse of Flame in a Mirror Dungeon is kind of like what makes Burn even, like, feasible to work. Do multiple Burn instances. That's just Burn. Burn is just in a very weird, kind of bad spot. Tremor Scorch is a good, like, Burn equivalent. Bleed is just as strong, right? No, Bleed's stronger, I would say. In terms of, like, my own, like, personal status effect list, I would put Bleed at a higher, like, potency, like, better status than Burn. Just because you can trigger Bleed a lot more often. And in triggering Bleed a lot more often, you're just doing more damage. Even if it is harder to upkeep. Burn is just a very weird status effect that I think they need to introduce some kind of, like, new thing to it in order to get it, like, off the ground. But they mainly just need to decouple it from Magic Bullet being the only thing that keeps Burn working.
once we are freed from the shackles of Dark Flame, I think life will be a lot better for all of us. Or they just need to release better burn IDs.
우리 쪽에 유리한 환경이 되었네.
Yeah, you're hopeless. Whatever. The Ryōshū burn ID will definitely... The Ryōshū bad end ID will do it. This is true. This is the burn season, I say, looking directly at the ring IDs and how much bleed they do. And how much sinking they do. This is absolutely not the second sinking season following Heathcliff's like season. This is not sinking 2. This is the burn season. Don't get it twisted. Middle Nurse Father Otis will come out and do some kind of wacky shit that makes burn apply 3 times. Has there been a burn season? No. It's focused on finger members. It is focused on finger members, not a status. Which is true. It's just weird that a lot of these statuses do just kind of... like, we've got a lot of syncing IDs. Like, we've got a lot of syncing IDs. The index is all syncing. The new ring units are syncing. Hong Lu and Faust are bleeding in charge, which is different. There's just a lot of syncing. Oh yeah, Ryoshu from like Walpurg is syncing. Go. Go, my pitbull named Princess. These bosses have huge SP heals account to syncing. Because syncing is just like one of the best statuses, I would say, for going through the main story. Rupture takes, I think, a lot of effort to keep up, which is why, like, it's kind of like bleh. But syncing is just kind of the most head-off, like, brain-off status, and just, like, me win fight now because you never roll heads. Which I think they're trying to, like, make it so you can't just do that for every fight. Another thing, unless we repeat season 6. As long as we never have to deal with fucking pay shows ever again, I think life will be better. Anyway, it's closing time. Bamboo-headed Kim PTSD. Just you wait. We're gonna get like a bamboo-headed Kim. The only instance of a second ID of the same character. We're gonna get bamboo-headed Kim too. Really? 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 Here? Here of all places, really? Did you copy him that much? Did you copy him that much? Really? Like, really? Kind of a letdown that they were body blocking the door and there's some big secret behind it. Right? Looks like just any other average family home to me. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but people should at least dust their home once in a while. Thick layer of dust covering every surface, and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened that caused the family to flee, and we got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes.
but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition. Whatever documents that were here have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rain. Last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... You recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No. I don't. Didn't he fapoon himself into the canto? Yes. 264 fucking delicious thing. Sangria. Ah. The end. Fuck it.
선원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간.
If this is too much, I'll forego the event currency. After leaving Rain's quarters, we explored the index corridors for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Great work! Now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. That room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Huh, okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies that they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but... Want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape than the previous one. But even though I was certain we had traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help tell us apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How'd you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone y'all have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by the Ryōshū. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I TikTok, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. So as to only make sense after all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at K-Corp that you cooked before, you're talking about this? Yep. Used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? Having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What'd you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. It's simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. And you know, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are you making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages? Sausages? Into octopus shapes? So it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this. What's that? Sausages carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, Kay? Spelling inconsistency. Spelling inconsistency. Lunacy for me, please. Nice knife. Isn't that all the SD? Once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? What? Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. Ah, you're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? Means I don't understand. That's why you say IDK, Mom. SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places... You want to check out what's upstairs, too? As soon as I asked her, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Marcel, who realized that what was indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figured they'd send more fodder to the house of spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Oh, hey! It's the Radya ID. Wolf mask? It really is as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. Also, good God, your tits. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared to be one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvist we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robo-Unk's, stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze, even though her face was obstructed by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Ring said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What is that? The Falvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Ryōshū. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing, for once? My name is Rufo. Yoshihide. The blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Falvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. And Araya, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining options rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know. She's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she's a docent of the school of Falvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or big sibling of the middle. Verily, then maketh her a foe who surpass even Ricardo's might, or the stroke of ill fortune even lay hangs. Ricardo mentioned! Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hang. Our chances are HOHOM. Half or more? I like those odds. Half of half or more. Dude, really? Outmodded has been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why, everyone agrees that it was no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre, recovered from the house, was more tools than art. The sort of likes the workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would such create mundanities or call them art. Now, I must ask your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. What I observed out this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the fairity, of which you've scarred the walls and floor as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There's but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism. A movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that wants it to deplete all meaning it has to offer, began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that is broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ask ourselves the questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call le fauve, wild beast? These are the subject matters that had led us fauves into a field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some more of the works created by your school acceptable, at least knowing the rings art. Or not, I can't remember. Then will you... But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than what I pursue. The one you pursue? Did the site that you claimed to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness offered entrails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash, truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of these emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryoshu ready for scabbard. Pointillists, valvists, suprematists, blow raiders, cubists. I've visited my share of the ring galleries, heard their commentaries. But none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions blurred under symbols caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, keep trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there is none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it sufficient. The art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. Bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. Or the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. The glowing blue and red eyes fucking rule here, by the way. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do. Well, I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Le Fauvisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Here we go! Rufo. Vehement overpainting, and then scary. Level 66, not too far above us. Gain 2 protection from every allied Falvis student of the ring. If this unit has critique in this counter, gain 2 protection, heal 5 SP at the start of their turn. At lower than heal, double the SP healing effect. If there are no students of the ring, gain fragile, and reduces SP down to 0 instead. This one has one attack with. There's an ally student in the ring. Have the said unit take the attack instead 2 times for her. It's such units. If this unit has used critique, if an allied student Falvis in the ring was between this counter, refill its vacancy with the same student unit. Every turn start, the student that refilled the vacancy due to this effect gains number of allies in this encounter, fragile and offense level down, max of 10 each. Combat and inflict Pallant Vibrant next turn. Take more damage from the ring faction units. If the attacker is in the ring school of Falvism faction, they take more damage from them instead. Combat start, gain a stack of bleed, sinking, bleed count, and sinking count. This effect expires. Have rouge and blue stacks on unit rounded down. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we, les Faubs, are the ones that awaken and express the ferocity of those we call wild beasts among them. Rarely apply offensive and defensive up to random students. Equal to the number of turns each unit has survived. If an allied student is staggered, recover them from stagger. All attack types of affinity resources if the students are recovered from static become fatal next turn. If they are in panic, heal them up to 45 SP. At minus 70% HP, gain a new pattern. Remove all effects on those exclusive to this unit, and then gain Masque de Loup. A minute max speed +1. Before hitting, if target does not have sinking, inflict 2 sinking count. Before getting hit, if they don't have bleed, give them bleed. One might ask, what even distinguishes Les Faus from factions such as the Heishos, R-Corp packs, and more that incorporate beasts into their identities? A reasonable query. My sister walked in. A reasonable query of that, no doubt, to which I say we are all distinguished by the transcendence into beastliness of artistic consumery, costumery. While the Heishos have mindlessly jammed it into their anatomies, disregarding the aesthetic quantities. It's art talk. I don't gotta listen to this shit. Let's kill people. Milky, don't just hit win rate. I'm gonna hit win rate. So what if, instead of doing this, we were to absolute resonance here? Good, Hong Lu! Let's have an art debate! Damn, almost staggered her. Oh, Ryoshu. Alright, you're staggered. You'll recover from that due to the nature of this fight. Gregor, just kind of do Gregor things. Damn, 13! Simply unlucky. Oh, Radya, you suck. Do it again. We're gonna win rate again here. For every bleed and sinking on target, Clash lose, damage to the seal does not stagger target, and does not trigger sinking. Sinclair struggles here. And so does Gregor. We don't have enough to do SP heal from Faust. When it's broken here, like literally, don't worry about it. Aw, contempt. Thank you, Faust. Thank you for locking in, Radia. And if like the bleed team can't do it, then all I gotta do is pull out the sinking team. Good. Mildly worse. Ow.
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만
Alright, so now Gregor is hopeless. Holy fuck!
간태님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명
Alright, she's just kind of going nuts right now.
끌어주시겠죠?
I don't think I have any AoE abilities I can, like, throw out right now either. Every negative effect on status, the target has is quick defense and skills while clashing. Deal 9% less damage instead. So, Ishmael should use a defensive skill here. And then Gregor should use a defensive skill here. Does anybody else have Vibrant Palette? Sinclair does. Sinclair uses a defense skill here. No one else has a Vibrant Palette. And then the rest of these are target fixed. So Honglu's clashing with that one in the back. This one is for Sinclair. This one's for Ishmael. This one is for Faust. No. Yes. You're struggling. Whatever. This one, 4 is for... No, I already did that. That's for Ishmael. The first one's for Ryoshu. The second one is being clashed with by Ishmael. That's working. That's for Gregor. This one is for Radia. That's good. And then the one at the very back is for Sinclair. Now we should all be clashing.
감상은 어떤가요? 한숨의 상황볼과 24개의 늦골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가 다들 첫 여정을
Thank you, Honglu.
정말 강해지셨네요.
Youchers.
매일 보아하는데도
Youchers.
감회가 새로워요.
Youchers. Youchers. I think Kira can do whatever Kira wants. You're not a part of the art debate. All right, Sinclair now has Book of Vengeance marks. Not yet. Gregor, how we looking on like anything for you? We can use our funny arm. Honglu's going great though. Fuck it, just keep going.
빠르게 처리하지.
All right, another ring student down. Offense level up. Damnation. There you go, Faust. Hit the heads. There you go, Ishmael. Lose every clash. All right, the girls are fighting. Someone died from that.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을
직전의 공격처럼 개체에게
All right, so that is a lot of hopelesses, which is good to see. Love seeing that. Every bleed and sinking on target. We don't really have anybody that like doesn't have bleed or sinking. I mean, Kira doesn't, but I can't control her. That would be good for healing. This is for, like, SP healing, I think? No. Well, I need SP. That's the thing. I need SP right now. And Faust can't do her fucking thing yet. Fluid sac. I don't have fluid sac. I never had fluid sac. Might as well just have you do that then. Sinclair, who are you hitting? Okay, good. You're hitting her and getting those nice vendetta marks. Ryoshu's using Be Odd on you. You're also going to get hit by Hexnail.
영감이 떠올랐어요. 방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이
Let's go, Sinclair!
저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지? 자, 테디.
All right, Teddy, you will dance. I think we get staggered here. No, we don't. Go, Kira. Ishmael is going to hurt. Please. Vandalism is prohibited. Evade. Evade. Here we go again. Who's got colors? Radya has a color. Which means you need to go for... not that one. That one. That one's all sparkly. Anybody else have a vibrant color palette? Ishmael does. Ishmael, you need to focus on... what is that? Like number 3? Yeah, number 3. Number 1 is Gregor. Gregor does not have vibrancy, so we're going to go with that for him. That's correct. That's correct. This one is Sinclair. Sinclair, do you have a vibrant palette? No, you don't. Which means you're going to kind of just have to go in there and do your fucking best. Target has curse, I twice, inflict bleed, and curse. We just give everybody a bubble. What's this one? This one's on Ryōshū. That becomes favored. That becomes neutral. We're going to go favored. And then for this one, it's closing time. Should be everything that we should be going for. Let's all have a good time. It's closing time.
그럼 안녕히.
Oh wait, no, you have the you have vibrancy. I was not paying attention. All right, Roshu's dead. You are now staggered. You are worthy of the privilege to behold my prized needlework. Here we go. Hi, Mandradon. Now she's got the mask on. Gain few protection to start for every type of negative effect on this unit. On Clash, lose using Burst Forth from the Pulsing Crimson under your skin skill. Gain 2 fragileness effect instead. Gain 1 defense level every time this unit is hit by a skill coin, max 20 per turn. Defense level gained to this effect expires on turn end. On Clash, lose using the Burst Forth. Lose 1 defense level every time this unit is hit by a skill coin instead. Hopeless on Ishmael and hopeless on Sinclair. Could use the funny ego though. Good music though. Fucking good music. Just go.
서줄 테다.
Simply win the clashes, my IDs. Radya, you failed at like step 1. Literally from the get out. You failed. Ishmael, I just need you to go insane at this point. Or die. Either one of those works. There we go. Get her out of here. All right, totally badass ass kicking. Her ass is not contributing. Ishmael is not contributing to this fight. Whatever. Oh, hey, my hobo's here. All right, we can suddenly one day this. The thrill of inspiration is one we're gonna want to win. Good luck. Oh, Faust. Oh, Sinclair. Oh, Gregor. Oh, Dawn. Oh, Hobo Cliff. If any of you all could, like, win a clash to save your life, this would be a lot better. Burst forth, Crimson Thing.
최선을 다해 관리자. 내 몸이 부서지고 직원들이 죽는 건 상관없지만 그게 개 죽음이었어.
Clash Cards of Speed. Does anybody here have the Vibrant Palette? And Faust does. But no one that's unstaggered does, so whatever.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색칠.
다음 세상으로 넘어가려면 자 여기구나.
Big 15. Cool move. All right, everybody, let's not win any clashes all at once here. Where's Faust? There she is. Who is dominant, but you still can't restore anybody's fucking SP! You're useless to me, Faust. You've got a 75% chance to corrode, so, no. Whatever, go, Faust. Oh, Dawn. You really did contribute nothing. Not my hashtag not my manager. She sucked.
벌써부터 착하네. 프리미엄 붙일 생각 없었는데.
Alright, Gregor just dies to bleed. So we're kind of dying. Oh, don't worry. I'm fucking dead now because everybody from here on in is like a level 2 ring ID.
관람객분들께 더 이상의 주태를 보일 수는 없죠.
Yeah, see, like, these are all level 1 IDs. They don't win this. Hong Lu, nothing. Faust, you fucking hate me. Yeah, just go.
상은 어떤가요?
Heathcliff's on a horse.
아이, 짜증나게.
Good. Write them all down. I'll just spit the ego animation. You can click and hold to do that. Fuck, dude. Fuck, you song lost? Shit.
매일 말하는 거지만 모든 죽음은 의미가 없습니다. 손실을 극복할 수 있는 방법을
Fuck, dude. Marsal, I thought. No. Otis can do it. No. Shit. Why aren't my level 1 IDs hard carrying, man?
전투가 끝난 뒤 시계를 돌려주시지
Hong Lu does the dodge. Hong Lu does the movement, as one would call it. That's struggling. What about you, Hong Lu? You can't really do much. Fuck it. Everyone just, like, evade. If you can. No, wait, I forgot. Hopeless is bad, but struggling is not hopeless. We gamble. Struggling is not hopeless.
막내 충전 최대치예요.
Go have fun. All right, who do we have left after that attack? We got a 12 health Hong Lu. Does he die to bleed? He's got 5. Yeah, he dies to bleed. Everybody here dead to bleed. Sinclair, what if you locked in right now and did this in front and then did like a Gorillion damage? What if I just like, what if I, okay. Sinclair, you will win this. I believe in you. Go my IDs.
좀 더 멋진 사랑이 남은 작품이길 바랬는데. 잠시 아파도 장담할게요. 사람만큼
Huge 33.
없어.
Yeah, Hong Lu dies to bleed.
당신이었군요. 저 새끼. 한번 삐끗하면
Hellish. Hellish. Hey, look, absolute resonance.
저 부숴줄 테다.
It's still possible. No, it's not. Kira's gonna lock in and do like all the damage right now. All right, now I give up using the bleed team.
쓸모없는 존재야. 아니, 어쩌면 내가
숨이 먹기 전에 하나만.
And I bring in the ye old faithful.
당신의 눈에는
Tremor.
저의 갤러리가 어떻게 보이셨죠?
Want some advice? No. Bring it in, Trevor.
명령을
가시죠. 준비되었습니다.
Then you, then you, then you, and then the rest of you.
차례인가요? 강습 준비 완료.
Okay. I'm also going to run ads. So this way, like, you're not really missing much. It's just the fight.
개체가 유리한 조건에 놓여 있는 것 같은데 더 꼼꼼히 관찰해 보도록 하죠.
All right. Ishi wants yellow. Ryoshu's doing good. We need to build up enough resources
따르겠습니다.
to use Regret on Mersal, and then Mersal should just kind of like win everything, because that's usually how Capo Mersal goes. Ryoshu and Gregor together go my 10 free turns. See, you see the vision.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
Good. We get our nice and delectable SP up starting off, because we're going to need it. Thank you for winning that.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
That's fine. Massive 4!
벌써 재료를 저기까지
Just
소개했던 것이
kind of keep going.
일찍 문 닫을 수 있을 것 같지요.
I mean, just keep doing it.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
We don't really have yellow on issue. So. Thank you, Otis.
빈틈 투성이군.
Thank you, Stiletto. God's most consistent.
화력 추진. 자의 가치가 있어.
God's most consistent, like, ID ever.
아주 작살을 내놨어.
He's not a capo, but God, does he kind of hit like one.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이것밖에 못하네.
When in doubt, I usually just kind of like bring out the Tremor team now. Ryoshu has used all of her ammo. Which means, of course, free turn, where we just shoot the shit out of this guy. That staggers you.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 일령나는
All right, who's got colors? Faust, you've got a color.
너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와줄
Going up next, Sinclair does not have a color. Therefore, Sinclair clash with that.
선택의 순간이
Going up next, Ryoshu. Ryoshu does not have a color.
있겠네.
Clash with that.
그치?
Up next, Gregor. Gregor does not have a color. Therefore, Gregor will clash. After that, Mersal. Mersal does not have a color. Ishi. No color. Neither does Otis. Go, my sinners.
탈출 개체 확인.
Someone died.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리
짜증나게.
충분하잖아.
Beautiful tremor burst. All right, you're dead. Oh, Gregor. Oh, Ryōshū. See, Sinclair got it. All right, new units are in. Ishi wants
red. Kind of don't want her to do anything. So instead, I'll do some of that. We'll have Otis use Ego there. You use that there. You've got a 4 on you and you're going after Sinclair. And I mean, I can't really stop that. So, I mean, we're just going to have to, like, wing that one. 1 year. Whoa.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
All right. Not a full 5 coiner, but we'll take 4. That's 1 dead guy.
정말 강해지셨네요.
이 정도쯤은
매일 보아하는
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
감회가 새로워요.
Just keep going, Mersal.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I think Ryoshu gets staggered here. Yep.
속에서 단내가
Damn shame, but oh well. Not the end of the world. We're going to get Regret up now. Otis, you can't really do much against that skill due to you having bleed out the fucking ass. Are we unopposed here? No one is unopposed here. What if you just defend instead? Because, like, you're far enough away from a stagger threshold that I don't really need to worry about you getting staggered. Ishmael, I don't know why you want blue. We do not have that in the budget. Regret!
구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
Sinclair, you just win these? That's what I thought. There you go, Faust.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Gregor, you win these? Like I thought. That's a stagger. Faust gets staggered here.
약직 보강 완료.
혹시 할 수 없다고 생각하는
Ishmael wants red.
나한테 말해줄래?
You go in reverse order here. Gregor, you can't really stop. I mean, Faust can't really stop that from happening. So Faust is just dead, which is okay. This goes to Otis. Otis, no colors. This one goes to Mersal. Mersal, no vibrant colors, so just do the Savage Tiger Slayer. Sinclair, we don't have colors. This one is Gregor, who does not have colors. Damn shame. But we can clash that with Garden of Roses. Ryōshū also does not have colors. Ishmael does not have the vibrancy, only Faust does. So, sorry, Faust.
하고들 시간이다. 잘 후회. 진짜.
All right, fuck that guy.
짜증나게.
Savage Tiger Slayers, perfect. Oh, not bad, not yet. not yet. We don't have the rounds loaded in. This is just a Tangle Cleaver. Fuck that guy. Fine.
선물이라고 할 건 없고. 자,
Beautiful roses for you.
대신하지.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
Thanks, Hero.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
How'd you shoot that behind you? I mean, it was sick, not gonna lie, but how'd you do that?
님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
Oh, Ishmael.
유신의 기동은 완벽한 공격이었어. 괜찮아? 방금
Alright, Ishmael is now hyper staggered.
그 공격을 맞았구나.
We can finally get SP back up and running.
아니야. 다시 힘내서 가보자.
That's going for Otis. That's going for Otis. Gregor, how about you step in for that one? Unless you can get another Garden of Roses off. No, you can't. We need Pride.
빠르게 처리하지.
Faust is gonna die from bleeding unless you hear her. We all have to go in our own time.
단격발.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아?
Or Saul appears to be out of ammo.
누가 눈물을 흘러모아 대신 물어드릴 수 있다면
나라도 그랬을 거야.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아.
Thank you, Faust.
팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이겠네. 잘했다는
빈틈 투성이군.
Glad to see that, like, after the hell that was, like, Kanto 7,
어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 기울였어.
we can now once again relive the fun of unbreakable bleed coins.
인력의 손실이 발생했습니다. 실체가
Alright,
빠지면
Radia, I'm gonna
상황을
need you to
고쳐야
defend first. Gonna need 2 of those from you, actually. Gregor, you're gonna use this move, and we're all gonna have a nice fun time. Otis! Win.
빠르게 처리하지. 그렇게 서 있어.
Alright, you're dead.
목 떨어질 수밖에.
You're staggered. Ryoshu gets 50 turns. Never forget this fact. Ryoshu's the most specialist girl on the bus. She gets 50 turns. No more, no less.
감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사 영웅기에 이런
선물이라고 할 거는
어디 보자.
자, 이걸로 대신하지.
Thank you, Garden of Thorns. I love healing.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I love bleeding to death, too. It's also another, like, very, very fun pastime of mine.
준비를 철저히 했나 보군요.
It would have been extremely funny if she died after doing, like, the no-coin Kozon. God's most consistent ID.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게
One.
공격을
전술
가했군요.
시야 전개.
이것이
이제
바로
뒤에
정보의 힘입니다.
Ishmael wants... What is it? Red. I don't think Gregor can pop another one. He can.
당신 따뜻해군요.
2. All right, Radia is now online. She's ready to go.
환상체가 탈출했어.
Immediately into hopelessing for like everybody else though. But you know that's their problem, not ours.
너희들이 겁쟁이는 아니어야 할 거야.
That's hopeless.
머뭇거리다가 아차하는 순간 죽어버릴 치고는 필요 없거든.
Marsal, I really, really wish you had access to your funny skill right now. What if you evaded, and what if you did nothing and died?
당신 짝꿍이네.
Get sad. Get sad now. Kopesh swordplay. Sinclair! My boy! A clashing demon!
선물이라고 할 건 없고. 자,
Turned that hopeless right around. More health for everybody. Minus 35 on her right now, too. Good God. We evade.
써야 할 때가 왔군. 어떤 상황이 닥쳐도
Something very BM about evading every single one of those attacks, whistling, and then reloading your gun. Shame that Faust is dead. Gregor is currently in the process of going insane, so we're gonna have to hold off on ego spamming on him for a little bit.
당신 짝꿍이네.
We'll just have a normal turn. How about that? Tremor burst. My beloved. What a good sound.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Thank you, Radya. Ishmael can do Ishmael things.
운명의 기운이 공명하는 것
I think she's dead here, though.
그 공격의
Not yet.
순간 좋았던 것 같네.
She's holding on by the slimmest of threads.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께
Magnificent end.
무덤으로 돌아가라.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 잘했어.
Thank you, Stiletto Doppio.
적들이 우세해.
Alright, Marsal is just kind of like winning this clash.
해봐야겠네. 훈련을 하고 나면 다들 많이 달라지더라고.
Yeah, we're lacking glut. I don't have the glut. If the target has Palette Vibrant against each target separately, and if they've equipped a defense skill while having the Vibrant Palette, then they take just less damage. So you have it. Radya doesn't. Ishmael doesn't. Otis does. And then Marsal is Marsal. He just kind of wins these.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
I mean, yeah, he's a goblin. He's a fucking demon. That's my capo.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Someone died.
전술 시야전.
Hello, horse.
누군가의 죽음을 마주하며 제가 느껴야 했던
Heal 12 SP to self and other allies. Kind of Hugh. I see it, but you're not gonna have the ammo for it. Oh, Marsal.
이제 여러분의 죽음이
How do I get Sinclair to give him ammo?
가슴 아프게 다가와요.
I've never figured that part out.
현재 말씀하신 임무를 수행 중이에요.
Where is it? Pride Resonance. Nah, I don't have Pride. I'll just go.
볼 텐가.
Build up the faint aroma stacks.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
What if you got really sad? Oh, Sinclair. Now we can get some SP going back for everybody that's lost it.
안내해주지.
다른 부서에 있는 애고까지 가져오길 잘했지. 적재적소했으니까 이만큼 효율적인 일도 없잖아.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
182! God damn, Kira! Uma Song taking the field. My beautiful horse. Marsal is staggered.
보세요, 관리자님.
Balls.
다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요. 저 이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
Let's see. Slower, but it's 3 or more. Are you? No, it's only 2. I just hit the evade. More SP for the SP Goblin. Ryoshu is now unopposed, which is nice.
포위만 구축.
Otis, you put in work. I can't even be mad about you dying there.
아무것도 아니다. 선원 전투.
That's a stagger. You are fucked.
속사.
저택을 안내해주지.
Yummy.
저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Goodbye, Marsal! Savage Tiger Slayer's perfected flurry of blades!
조심하랬지. 전력으로 승리했다.
방금 공격. 자, 다음에 다른 배치기도
That's it.
도와줄래? 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어.
Told you. You can hit win rate on any fight in this game. Sometimes it just needs a different team. And in this case, it just needed Tremor. That's my capo.
이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
Good memories.
잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는
See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the Fauvist's wing, at least you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the floor we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be sufficient. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger. The ring. It's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. Definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out there. Lord Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would have not been changed by a significant margin, even if you had not been there, Kira. This is more like it. We don't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, as long as we're with Clock. Ah! Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over a small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive Well, I guess this isn't as impressive to all of us who have used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have in her final moments elected to demolish the door? Right? Not like we had a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked through the door we'd entered through, then appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the outside world. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of the wings and backstreets. Huh. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the door we might, however, it avails us of but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor afore it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two before the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the problem first goes that we're going to deal with food. As far as I'm aware, we should be able to go 3 days. Thanks, Radya. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were going to walk into one of L-Corp's branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No. The sword. It still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oh, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in the scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders into this room. That wolf lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It would only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself, and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Araishiki blade cleaves to the wall, so does it Ryoshu's memories. Aw, we really were getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark within Ryoshu's memories. We tried. There goes Araya. For a little bit longer. But like she said, we'll try again. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Are you saying your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Ah, I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen, W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You can call us the Aspirant W Corp. We can call Limbus the Aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them up, right? It's only natural that a business conflict will lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way,
Much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well on our performance metrics, and we didn't even have to suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration.
after saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, Assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarette to a stub, at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mine's slowing down a tad. You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time, and yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable and such a genius to my brain. Go out into the hallways and grab any passing research and tell them about my incredible turnaround time. You will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, "Shut the fuck up." Evidently tired of the two sinners alienating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times in which the test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR, now. You did not tell me to shut the fuck up. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Ha! Think Yoshi would ever use known acronyms straight? What about something like, sheesh, that's a full day, unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That's exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as easy as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right to it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do any of you recall the man who works for Manager Soud? Effie? I'd have asked that in past tense had it been to him I was referring to. Glad Miss Soud wasn't here for that. That kid. Right, don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did, among other miscellaneous deleted memories of the 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryōshū and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it, for the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't say that its mileage is acceptable. It's been erased several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these peculiar memories wasn't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arayashiki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Ryōshū looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sen or Ryoshu's memories are to be erased at the cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryōshū regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void where she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer! She can use it whenever it's a long time, whenevs, as long as she gets to select on trivial memories. I wouldn't be so quick as to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time where you were confident for your cooking was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You've performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes. According to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all's lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here in pockets of the void of my heart, my one and only. Ryoshu's gauge traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Saud and Pilot and Recovery, did a few odd jobs here, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach, caused with the new LCE hire. But with all those loose threads tied up, we finally managed after so long. Kinda feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Ah! Bus, sweet bus. This chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Are you just coming with us? Please be coming with us. Here. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I tasked team leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you out into an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate to hit the brakes, because if by chance there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had stuff to do with you, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye, too, while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I'd told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as the exceptions to the... Oh, right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide! What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but... Listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So... SYL. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L. Then call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus. But no sooner than had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn. Bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal, massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Alright, where are we headed to next? Dante inquires what the next destination, Virgilius. Ah, that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited when does an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre. Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, and then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity.
Downright bizarre, is it? Let me just say that it's high time we faced such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N Corp.
So we are going there after all. N Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N Corp, Mersal, who probably had the most amount of history at the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. Vroom, vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale.
And just like that. Why is it about exploring the back rooms? Because that's what we had to do. We had to wrap up Ryoshu in a nice little bow. We are no longer Chinese. It has been a year of being Chinese. And we are no longer Chinese. We are free. We are no longer in a very Chinese time of our life. Holy shit, we've been in Hongwan for like 7 years. Bah! We're done. How was it? Good! A lot of good things were said there. Sure, we learned a lot about Araya and, like, Ryoshu's past, but we also learned a lot more about just everybody else, too. A lot of good hints to Otis in that one as well. Very good hints to Otis. I greatly look forward to seeing what the fuck we do with Kim now whenever we are about to get into N-Corp. But for now, I am lightheaded after reading for so fucking long. I have dinner here behind me that I gotta eat because I've been putting off eating dinner because of how much I wanted to just fucking, like, get this out there. We're done with the Intervallo. I can now eat. I've now done a stream. Because of this, by the way, no stream tomorrow. Because tomorrow's like Saturday. Monday! I should go back to being a real streamer, probably. I don't think anybody's doing anything on Monday, so Monday, I become a real streamer again. Okay? Okay. Here's fucking Kirby, probably Kirby, yeah. Here's KT. He's doing Tomodachi Life. Go say hi. Go have fun. We're all enjoying life. I'm so fucking lightheaded, dude. I need to not talk.